Hello, everyone. Welcome to List-athon Sprints. I know that I am usually on Wednesdays, or on Thursdays, but Thanksgiving is tomorrow for those of us in the United States, and so I will not be able to be on tomorrow. But I figured I would still do my weekly Bucket List-athon sprints with you all. So thank you for joining me on this odd day. I do have a guest with me. Andy has decided to sit on my lap as we begin sprints. So I apologize if you guys can hear him purring. I don't know if my mic would pick that up, but if it does, if there's strange rumblings in the background, that is what it is. So let me know in the comments what you guys plan on getting done today. I have had a ferociously productive morning, so I'm hoping to kind of settle down a little bit. I know that um, with the holiday, people kind of go crazy as far as like grocery shopping and shopping in general. And so I had to run a couple of errands this morning out in town that I didn't want to do later today because most people, or not, I shouldn't say most, but a lot of people are off work today. And so uh, it can get kind of tricky and a lot of people are out. So I had to try and get some stuff done this morning, which I'm happy to have it done. It's nice. But I will be reading the two books on screen. I have to get Rewitched read in the next 3 days. I am playing Libby Chicken. The library is going to take it from me. And so that will probably be my priority read today. But I'm also reading The Burning Page, which is the third book in the library series. And I'm just having such a good time with both of these books. I'm very happy about it. If by chance I need to pick up another book, which I don't foresee, it will be When the Moon Hatched, which is a buddy read that I'm doing currently. But the two books on screen are going to be my priority for sprints today. This scared me. I thought it's Thursday. I missed some meetings. Sorry, Tennille. If it makes you feel any better, I completely forgot about the fact that I had scheduled myself for Wednesday of this week until this morning. And I was looking at the schedule, trying to make sure that everything was set on the Discord. And I was like, oh, I have sprints this morning. So yes, hello. Welcome from Wednesday. Being Canadian, American Thanksgiving, it didn't come to mind at first. Yeah. I know it's not everywhere, but I probably could have done it tomorrow, to be honest. I just didn't know if there would be much interest. Because my Thanksgiving doesn't usually, well, I would have had to have done it earlier. I would have had to have done morning sprints, like starting at like 8 or 9 my time, because usually my Thanksgiving with my family doesn't start until like 1 p.m. So I could have done it in the morning, but I just figured why not do it a day early and not have to worry about it on the holiday. On lunch, hoping to get to part 3 in Mistborn. Yay! You're making progress. I know, Brittany. Who am I? Reading How My Neighbor Stole Christmas. Fun. I haven't read any Christmas books yet this year. And so I might have to look into it for a December read. I have too many things going on right now to pick up anything within the next couple weeks, but maybe at the end of December, I could pick up some like cozy Christmas books. Yay for The Burning Page. Yes, that wasn't my favorite of the series, but still very good and very adventurous. Yeah, I really like being back in the world. I can't tell you whether or not it's my favorite in the series. I think out of the 3 I've read, well, the 2 I've read and this one that I'm in the middle of, I think my favorite's still the first one, but the second one was very good too. They all have just different things about them. This one seems a little less pointed. Like it kind of feels like we're a little all over the place with the plot. And I don't know if that's because we're preparing something for like book number 4, or if it's just how the events happened within the universe that the authors created. But I am enjoying it. I think it's fun. Hello, Jenny. You're welcome. Tara is also here. Hello. Want to finish Throne of Glass. I've been working on it for weeks. You can do it. I believe in you. Hello, Nadim. Welcome. Good morning. PH is here, living in Germany. So jealous of people that have free due to Thanksgiving. We have a workshop tomorrow at work. I hope the workshop goes well. Hello, Denise. I'm reading the little book Og Haig. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Can I choose a prompt from the suggested community prompts instead of making the cards and draw one? Yeah, absolutely. If not, I'll move on in a different way. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Suggest or do a suggested prompt. You don't have to make your own cards. Works for me. I've had some people within the readathon that for the community prompts, they just did like a book club read, and they knew that if they landed on the community prompt, they were just going to do like if they happen to be in numerous book clubs, they were just going to pick one of their book club reads to fill that spot. So you can kind of do with it what you will. Hello, Taya. Welcome. Sam is also here. Hello, Sam. Sorry, guys. I have like cat hair on my face. Good morning. Currently doing a pastry tour around my city. Ooh, that sounds lovely. But listening to the Kiss Curse. That sounds like an amazing day. I'm jealous. Pastries. If I could just live in a bakery, I'd be happy. Currently reading The Coworker by Frida McFadden. I hope you're enjoying it. Hello, Rainy. Finishing up some Patreon sprints currently. Might pop on in a few. Yeah, absolutely. You are welcome. Yeah, I posted the link in the Discord for you guys for my Bucketeers if you guys want to join. So feel free. I'd be happy to have you, especially since you're off right now, which is lovely. On the last chapter of Human Sacrifice, I've heard that this book is graphic, so I hope you're enjoying it, Jenny. I definitely, unless it's a book that, unless I'm getting names mixed up, but definitely doesn't sound like my thing. But I hope you're enjoying it. Currently reading A Serial Killer's Guide to San Francisco. That sounds fun. Reading The Spell Shop, A Secret for the Vlog, and the Games Gods Play. And I'm hating that one. Oh, I'm so sorry, because that's the one that you own like a beautiful copy of too. Although I don't know, maybe you also own a beautiful copy of The Spell Shop. But it sucks that you're not enjoying the Games Gods Play. I'd heard such good things about that book too. I would have figured it would have been your thing. I found many of the others had more distinct flavors with the settings they traveled to for reasons. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, because I just feel like we just traveled to a specific location to get a book, but I just feel like we're not in a singular dimension, if that makes sense. And so, whereas like the other two, we've been specifically on one world, which allows for a little bit more world building. But I'm having a fun time. Oh, of not oak. I think I was just going with it because the word right after that was like a word that I didn't recognize. Haig. Yeah, it was this. The little book. So of Haig. I was just going with it. I thought like it had, I don't know, something to do with linguistics that I wasn't getting. I never would have guessed. Reading The Unmothers horror for 30 minutes and a story from Under the Mistletoe collection romance for the rest of the time. That's a combination. I love that. I like to do that whenever I'm reading to pair like a cozy with something that's more dramatic, or horror with romance, like something a little bit lighter. I hope you're enjoying your time with both of them. Hello, Rachel. I am having a good day. I hope you are too. Yes, Andy is on screen today. He is having the time of his life. Everyone's saying hello. Going to a doctor's appointment. Hope that goes well. With my husband soon. May miss some chats. Yeah, no worries. But we'll be reading How Long Are You Sprinting? So I will be sprinting until 3:30 my time. So that's about 4.5 hours. I'm going to do one 60-minute sprint for the first sprint due to lunch things. I want to make sure I have enough time to eat and make lunch. And then I will also be doing 45-minute sprints after that. So we're going to do one 60-minute sprint and three 45-minute sprints. That is my plan. And actually, let me do this. Hello.
Hello. Lincoln, you can say hi now. He was waving and we weren't in the chat. Now you can wave. You're so silly.
What are you up to today?
Okay. We've waved enough. Shh. I'm doing a lot of things. I'm gonna plan out my 12 days of Vlogmas, although I've been calling it Vlogmas for 2 years and I'm not vlogging in every video. So then I was like, do I need to call it the 12 days of Bookmas? I don't know. How technical are people going to be? And then I'm reading 2 books. I'm reading The Spell Shop, and I have to read that physically.
You have the pretty edition.
I do. Don't worry. Do they not sell it this way anymore?
I don't know. I haven't looked recently. I just assumed that they would do like a limited run of it.
Oh yeah, probably. Well, I'm reading this and my thoughts are for a vlog. I mean, this is for the same vlog, but I don't care if people know this. I'm hating my life. Absolutely hating this. I don't love this. I don't like it at all. And I don't know why I'm forcing myself to keep reading it. I still have like 300 pages. So anyway, I can't DNF it because I'm already probably DNFing another book for this vlog. So I'm just going to put this on in the background while I clean, while I'm doing things. And it's just the pages are just going to flip. And the book's going to be done. That's what I think. It's fine. I'm a little
so sorry that you're not loving it. That sucks.
It's fine. It's just not good. I don't really know why everyone is liking it because everyone is like, even Cassidy's been liking it. Mel liked it. Brittany liked it, which Brittany is not surprising. I don't like things Brittany likes, but I normally align with the other two. So I was like, no, I don't like this.
Sad day.
Sad day.
I had a ball with all 8 in the series. I think this is Invisible Library. Started when there was maybe 4 out and had to wait for the releases for the last 4. It's really fun. And it's light and fluffy, but at the same time, there's so much to love. Hygge is the Danish way of life that focuses on happiness and coziness. Aw, that's amazing, Denise. I love that. Hello, Sarah. Welcome. Hello, Stacy. Be joining for the first sprint before getting ready for work. I'll be reading Anthony Rapp's memoir, Without You. Lovely. Happy to have you before you go off to work. I'm reading A Cross-Country Christmas. Lots of you guys are reading Christmas books, but just with my eyeballs. So I'll be bouncing between that and working on a blanket square and maybe playing Sims. This sounds like a lovely morning, Sarah.
That's cool.
There you go. I like Bookmas over Vlogmas.
I mean, I probably do. I should probably name it that. Okay, I'll name it Bookmas. That's fine. That's fine.
People will understand it, whatever way you go with, whichever way you like better.
That is true. I do need to figure out what I'm filming for that, though, because I need to be on top of it. I'm so very sorry.
You knocked down my tower.
Fine.
Fine. I'll make it.
Welcome. Good morning. And Sarvasha is here. Hello, Sarvasha. And Rainey, you are actually just in time for us to go into a sprint. Are you good with 60 minutes and then 45 minutes after that?
Yeah, I might not be here for every sprint, but I should be here for at least the first 2, maybe 3.
Well, then let us go into our first sprint. We will see you guys in an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Let us know how your sprint went in the comments. Rini, how did that sprint treat you?
It went really well. I planned all of my December and January content. So that was great. It just was a lot of going back and forth because, like, I normally share my disappointing, worst book, surprising, and best books like at the end of December. But I was like, I want to do it in January just because 2 years ago I did read a book that would have been on my top 10 on the 31st, and I was like, dang it.
That stinks.
So,
Yeah.
and I was like, fine, it's fine. Plus, I wanted. I just I'm gonna do it in January, but because of that, I was like, oh, Lincoln. Goodness gracious. Because of that, I was like, oh, I have 4 videos now that I need to refigure out my life. So anyway, but it's fine. I figured it all out. I have all of it planned. It took the whole time, but it was very productive. So.
Hey, that's good. Good news. I got to 30-something%. I think it's 33% in Rewitched. Let's see. Yeah, 33%.
Are you liking it or no?
It's good. I'm a little concerned. It's very slow, which
Okay.
I'm okay with, but I'm a little worried that the character development isn't going to come through.
It's not
At 15%, I had a worry that. So one of the things you learn at the very beginning of the book is the main character works in a bookstore, and the bookstore owner, has offered to let her buy it because she's an older lady that would like to retire. And she says no because she's essentially afraid of failure. But we have no knowledge of why, like why she's making this decision. We don't have any background information on her. And with what just happened, like she has trials going on that are going to dictate whether or not she gets to keep her magic. I still am not seeing a lot of past information from her. We're just being told how she feels a lot of the time.
Oh,
But
that's annoying.
the rest of it, like the stuff that's happening with her is very hilarious. Like there's a whole bunch of things that if something is going to go wrong, it's going to go wrong, which I do like. So it's been fun. I'm a little concerned that it's going to be very surface level with the characters.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Philly.
Yeah. So we'll see.
Yeah. Oof.
This is where we stopped. So this was about the humane sacrifice. That book, I had said, I think it was the one that was graphic, and yeah, it definitely is. So go in with caution. Hello, Anne. Welcome. Hello, Michael. Once I get off work, I plan on finishing The Last of the Wedding. I hope it's good. I haven't picked that one up yet, but I've heard good things. Hello, Mary. I'm reading the Hypothesis, probably, Rising. Is that the one by John Green? Why do I recognize that title?
That's the Anthropocene one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's why. Because they're both titles that I probably shouldn't be pronouncing. Read 3 chapters. Now I have 100 pages left of Throne of Glass. Fantastic. You're close to the end.
Ooh, nice.
Did a whole lot of nothing. Hey, sometimes we need to do nothing, Sarah. I listened to 50 minutes of Twisted Games, hoping to finish by the end of the month so I can get a bingo for Winter-a-thon.
You know, you and me both. Have I got a bingo yet? No. No, it's fine. I'm really close to 3 bingos.
Yeah.
And I haven't hit a single one. So I need to fix that. And the book that I'm hating would help me with that. And that's unfortunate because I'm not itching to pick it up.
Oh, at least you have it on audio.
Yes, thank goodness. Which I didn't have to use a credit, but I did pay $7 for it. But that's not that big a deal. That's fine.
Yeah, which was the one? Which I think was it Quicksilver that you guys were talking about yesterday? That was like $59 on Audible.
Yes. Well, it's 41. It's on sale.
I just think that's crazy for an audiobook.
I mean, I've seen that before with a bunch of books, and I'm like, why are you charging $60 for this? Like, what? Like, what?
There are many physical books I wouldn't pay $60 for, let alone.
I don't think I would pay for any. No special editions of certain books. I would pay $60 for, but that's about it.
Right. I got about 40 pages in. I'll probably get a little bit more after work tonight. Lovely, Stacy. Have a good work day.
Although actually, now that I think of it, I definitely paid that much for my When the Moon Hatched one, which y'all are just loving so very much.
Mom, I need a toy.
You loved it, and that's all that matters.
It
So
does.
it
And me
doesn't
and
matter.
Brittany are just fangirling over it in our own private chat.
Mom, I need a toy.
Good. Finished my book. Congrats. And we'll be moving on to Sunrise by Erin Hunter. Nice. Oh, dark and gloomy outside, and it's making me very unmotivated to do even my cozy activities. Yeah, that's not fun. When the sun's not shining, it's not warm, it's cold. You just kind of want to curl up and take a nap. I I understand. I didn't read my romance book. Horror is just too good. I love that. I don't know where the plot is going to take me. Interesting. I love it when you can't put a book down. It's fantastic. Finished Humane's Sacrifice and did a video for it. Amazing, Jenny. Congrats. I'm on chapter 12 in Rewitched. Yeah, I don't keep track of chapters. I'm on chapter 10. And something that does surprise me about it in general is the fact that it's not a long book. I think it's in 300 pages. But it reads really slow, which is weird for a cozy. Usually cozies I get through real quick, but this one, for whatever reason, it's taken some time for me.
Oh, see, I feel like cozies take me forever. But then again, that's because I don't like cozies. But I don't know. But then this one is only taking forever because I don't have the audio.
Yeah.
Which
How are you liking, or can you say?
I cannot say. I will tell you in the private chat.
Okay. Have you found any cozies that you have liked? Like other than
Yes, I liked House in the Cerulean Sea. I loved that. Gave that a 5. And that's about it. That's it.
So it's not an impossibility. It's just it's not it's not something you look for in books. 1 hour left on Agatha Christie for 450 from Paddington. I am so glad that you have typed this title out into into text, because every time Leander says this title, I think 450 is just like 450, and I'm like,
I do too. Also, I think Lincoln, stop. I think the reason I narrowed it down. I was like, well, this is why I don't like cozies, because they don't have any stakes and they seem really aimless. I asked you to stop. And they seem really aimless. And what was it? They have to have enough of a plot and found family for me to care. But if there's no purpose behind it, like Legends and Lattes, I can't care.
Which, I mean, that makes sense for what you said about like your reading taste recently, that you're a plot-driven reader. So you want there to be a plot.
Well, yes, it has to have a purpose. It can't just be aimless. Unless it's like a character study on like a serial killer or something. Sure, that don't need a plot. I'll just like that.
So then, have you read The Starless Sea?
Yellow.
No, I have not.
Okay. I was just going to ask whether or not you liked it, because I hated that book because it had no plot.
I've heard that, and I'm a little hesitant. I bought it for $1 at a thrift store, so if I don't love it, no harm, no foul. We'll see.
Yeah. I was really disappointed because the writing, I will say that for Ergen Morgenstern, her writing is beautiful. But I was so disappointed because there were so many cool things in that book that I wanted her to develop, and it just went nowhere.
So would you not read The Night Circus then?
Nope. I've had people try and convince me, because supposedly The Night Circus has more of a plot, but I just can't do it. I can't. They're not even small books. Like, I
think The Starless Sea is Laura's favorite book of all time.
Yeah, I know.
Interesting.
I am not a fan. Hello, Serenity. How are you today? I agree that Rewitched reads slow. I am hoping things pick up a bit. I have been able to predict where the story was going so far. Yeah, I was a little confused because the trial thing that we have going on, where she has to go up against, it's called an equiwitch. whatever, the trial that she has to go through to figure out whether or not she gets to keep her magic. It happened like her finding out about it at the beginning of the book made sense to me, but I thought it was going to be something like that was going to be the culminating events of the book, and that's definitely not where the book is headed. Like I think we're going to well, we already have like started the trial, and so I don't know where the book's going to go after the trial is finished. Unless they're going to really spread this trial out. So I don't know. I'm curious to see where the book goes because I don't know if you've ever read a book where you kind of feel like it's getting close to the end, and then you still have like a good third of the book left. Except for this is even more extreme because I'm only a third through the book, and I already feel like this is where we should have ended. But I don't know. We'll see. What are you going to do at this sprint, or are you going to be able to stay with us?
No, I'm staying. I will hopefully get to read this because I need to finish this today. So hopefully I will keep reading this. We'll see.
Yeah. I was curious with the spell shop because I really like the spell shop. If
Oh, you read it?
I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I rated it a 4.5 star.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Why did you not give it the 5?
The romance wasn't. I feel like there were a lot of holes.
Okay.
In the romance and why they cared about each other. I think I would have liked it more had they just been friends and it just been like them getting to know each other.
Yeah.
And like her living in the island with random people. I think I would have liked that better. But I did really enjoy the world, and I'm kind of bummed that it's just a standalone. So I wonder if the author will ever come back to that world. Maybe not
She
the
is
same
making
character.
another one in that world.
Is she?
Yeah, it's coming
Is
out
that the
July.
greenhouse one?
Yes, it follows the girl when they're telling that story at the very beginning about the girl that made calves. What happened to her? It's following her.
Oh, I didn't know it was set in the same world.
Yeah, it's following the creator of calves.
That's fantastic. Okay, that makes me happy.
Yes. But wait, has there ever been a fantasy that's had a romance that you've liked?
Oh yeah. I really enjoyed the Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches.
Oh, see, I did not care for that. That was too cozy.
I liked Legends Lattes. That's something I'll do. I'll do that on the sprint. I'll look at my list of books because there have definitely been romances that I have enjoyed. Now, like favorites of all time, I'm not sure if I have any romances on that list.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely have some that I've enjoyed. I do tend to like them more as a subplot because I get frustrated when I'm in a fantasy world or a horror world where things are going down, where we have like events that we need to be working on. I get frustrated when the romance is like up front because I'm like, why do I care about this man who's making a bad decision? I have a dragon over here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Whereas I very much like my romance.
I'm very particular, and I probably need to do, that would be an interesting thing to do in 2025 is to dive into some romances and fantasy romances and see what I do and I don't like, because I have a very low tolerance for cringy things within the romance. And so if I start like rolling my eyes about things that they're saying to one another, I have a hard time getting back into it after that.
I mean, that's fair.
Thursday's doing all right. Almost done with the book I'm currently reading. That's exciting. Hopefully you can finish it during sprints or during today. I had a little bit of a freak out moment as I was reading Rewitched because so I have it for 3 more days. I need to figure out what that actually means. Like if I have until Friday or if I have until like Saturday morning or something. But I won't get to read it much tomorrow because of Thanksgiving. I wasn't even thinking that. I'm like, oh, I have plenty of time. I'll get it done. And now I'm like, will I? So it'll be fine. I'll figure it out.
I almost never remember when my Libby holds are going away, and then they'll notify me that I have 3 days, and I go, crap. I need to put like reminders in my phone. You need to read this book. You need to read this book. You need to read this book, Rainy.
Yeah. That's one of the things that I love that Kirsten does is Kirsten will schedule like what weeks she's reading what books. So she doesn't just have like a general flat TBR for her monthly stuff. She will say like in week 1 I'm reading this much and week 2 I'm reading that. And I'm just not that organized.
I'm kind of trying to start to do that, but I'm doing that with also my mood reader tendencies because I just learned that Brittany normally does it 2 weeks ahead, but she does that too. She schedules out what she's reading for vlogs. And I was like, I need my mood reader tendencies creep up though. And then I don't want to read that book. And then it's like, well, that's your vlog for next week. What are you going to do? So then I was like, okay, I have to be at least a month ahead. So I have time to read the books for the vlogs that are coming out for the next month. But then I also can just mood read what I want. So
Yeah.
I'm going to try that. We're going to see how that goes.
Well, I will be curious because if you figure out how to make that work, I need to know your system
I
because
will let you
I
know.
have that too, where I will borrow a whole bunch of books thinking I want to read these, and then my
Well,
little mood
and
reader brain is like,
that's actually very funny because one of the videos for my book miss, because I was like, I do my TBR and it's like one of my best videos every month, and I'm never going to get rid of that. I'm going to keep my game. But I was like, how many of those books am I actually reading? I was like, I know I'm not reading a lot of those because of my mood reader self. So I was like, we're just going to expose myself and then probably have a terrible ratio of read to unread TBR, but that's going to be a video. So that'll be something.
fingers crossed you do better than you think you do.
I don't know. I even just looked at like January today just for fun, and I was like, oh, rainy. Like it's fine.
It's fine. It's all fine. Well, we are going to go into another sprint, but I am going to change the timer. We're going to do 45-minute sprints from this point on. And let us make ourselves a little bit smaller. And we will see you guys in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello and welcome back, friends. Let us know how you guys did in the comments. How did that sprint treat you, Rainy?
Well, I had a tiny child wake up. Don't put that in your mouth. Don't bite that. That's not safe. And then I got to 66% of the spell shop. So hopefully I should finish today. I have 120 pages left. Yeah.
Good.
And I really wish I could say things. I can't say anything right now. So that's where I'll leave it.
No worries. I got to 38% in Rewitched, and I did look up some romance books, although they're not romance books, they're really fantasy with romance subplots, just to give you a list of things.
Ooh.
The ones that are more like romance heavy would be like The Hanging City.
Oh, I've been interested in that one since it was on Goodreads Romantasy last year.
Yeah, it's good. I do think that the ending was a bit rushed, but otherwise I love the story. It was great. And then I already mentioned the Very Secret Society of Regular Witches, Hunt the Stars, which I know is one of our
yeah.
That whole series is romance
I'll
heavy.
do that one day.
And then Paladin's Grace, that series, so the Saints of Steel series.
Oh yeah,
that's
I've been really wanting to read that too.
It's fantastic. The banter in that series is amazing.
Oh, yay. That's good.
I think that might be one of my problems with romances that aren't cozy, because cozy I don't think does banter very well, depending on, I guess, the type of cozy. But in a regular romance book, I really do need some good banter. Otherwise,
I get that. I need good banter too.
I also put down, which these are more, they're very heavy fantasy, but they have romance side plots. So like Darker Shades of Magic, that series. Emily Wilde's, which is a little bit more heavy on the romance. The further you get in the book that wouldn't burn, I would say, is a love story at heart. Mask of Mirrors has a love story in it.
I don't know why I ever bought that book, because am I gonna like that book? I don't know, but it's on my shelf.
Which book?
Mask of Mirrors.
Oh, it's amazing.
I'm pretty sure I bought it because you said it was a good book, and I was like, sure, I'll buy it. And then I was like, Brady, we can go read this. It's on the shelf.
I will say that series, when I first picked it up, I was a little intimidated because it's pretty dense and like it has a glossary in the back and everything. But the found family in that series is, I mean,
I do love a good found family.
Yeah. It's amazing. And I think like the main character, Renata, has like, she's very multi-dimensional. There are a lot of things to like about her character, especially because she's a con artist. So she has like some funny aspects of her, but also some kind of badass attitudes as well. And I really like her character. My favorite character of the entire series, I can't tell you because it would be a little bit of a spoiler for the first book, but it's fantastic.
Well, maybe one day I will get to it. Also, did you see that the top 10 fantasy and everything is out now?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I had a crisis with Leandra as I was deciding what book, because I know what book I want to win, but I was having this decision in my head, like, do I vote for the book I want to win, or do I vote for the book that I think will beat Leigh Bardugo?
You think there's a book that will beat Leigh Bardugo?
I think there's a book that has a chance, a stronger chance than everybody else.
Now I'm wondering what you're thinking of.
So yeah, I'll type it in the private chat. Actually, I'll just do it now, so you can know. And I think that it would be far-fetched for this to win, but I think it has a big enough backing now.
Oh, yeah.
That it could potentially win.
See, I don't see anything coming even close to Crescent City, so
yeah. I knew as soon as Sarah J. Maas was in the Romantasy.
Well, and next year it'll be Rebecca Yarros because the new Fourth Wing book's coming out, so it just flip-flops between them.
Yeah. Someone was actually mentioning that in a comment on one of my videos that I recently posted. I think it might have been my Goodreads reaction video for the long list. They said that in Germany has its own version of Goodreads. I can't remember what it's called. But they don't separate romantasy and fantasy, and Sarah J. Maas wins every year.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Let's see who joined us. We had Jen join us. Hello, welcome. Unexpectedly off today after a pet medical crisis in the last few days. Oh, I lost my senior cat this morning. I'm so sorry, Jen. That stinks. I hate that. Thankful for nearly 7 years. He was an adult adoption from the Humane Society of Love and Companionship. Yeah. Yeah. You kind of just have to remember the good times. And that sucks, though. It's always hard to let go. Next book is Fourth Wing. You're at 6%. You're getting there, Jenny. Elena also joined us. Hello. Joining a bit late since I was playing Yam with my dad. I won both games. I don't know that I know that game. I'll be finishing You're Not Supposed to Die tonight. I have an hour left and then switching to Elantris. Amazing. So much progress. Yeah. I am sorry, Jen. I recently, well, not, I guess not recently, within the last few years, I've lost like um my like cat that I grew up with. Essentially, he lived to be 18, and it's really hard to let go of an animal. Kelly joined us. Hello, Kelly. Oops. Are you going to get in my lap? Finished another short story in Side Jobs, and now going to go and get the dishes and get the pie dough prepped. Amazing. What pie is the pie dough for? Is it an apple pie, a pumpkin pie? What are you making?
Ooh, I'm excited for pie tomorrow.
Too. My mom
All
always makes an apple pie and 2 pumpkin pies.
Yeah, we have pumpkin pie normally and then a peanut butter pie.
Ooh, I've never had a peanut butter pie.
I haven't either because I don't like peanut butter. But I don't make it. So I know I'm weird. It's fine. I just don't like peanut butter.
Right.
But I also don't like chocolate, so
At all?
no.
Wow.
Well, I like white chocolate,
White chocolate?
which is not really chocolate. So
Yeah.
I like white chocolate. And I'll eat like Hershey's cookies and cream or Hugs because they're white chocolate and chocolate combined.
So do you not like regular chocolate because it's too bitter then?
I just don't like it. I think some is too bitter, some is too sweet. I don't like it in general. But like we could go down the whole rabbit hole of things Rainey doesn't like because I don't eat cheese either. Because I think I just don't. I'm just weird.
I'm a foodie. You will find very few things that I will not eat.
Oh well, I'm a picky, so I'm a picky eater.
Tara finished another 3 chapters. Only 80 pages left. You can do it. Finish the book. Yay, Serenity. Congrats. Listen to another 41 minutes of Twisted Games. I hope you're enjoying it. A page and a half in Fourth Wing. Still at the doctor's office on page 23. Enjoying it so far. I hope your doctor's visit goes quickly and you get out soon. Hello, Julie. Welcome. Listening to The Raven King, mainly while I run around getting ready for Thanksgiving. Amazing.
I just told Julie the other day I'm retrying the Raven Cycle, which I know is her favorite series, because I was reading it with her and Brittany back in April, and I was reading it physically, and I was really, really loving it. And then I switched to audio because I had to clean my house and I had all these things to do, and then I really hated it. And I gave it like a 2-star, and I sold all my copies of my books. I was like, I don't need these anymore. But then this girl that I also have similar taste to just read The Raven Cycle, and she had DNF'd for the same exact reason I had. She switched to audio, hated it. So she was like, you know what? I need to give it a second chance. And then she read it all physically and had the best time. And then I've heard since then that actually a lot of people don't like the audio.
Weird. Did they say why?
No, I just something about it didn't work. And I agree. Something about it didn't work for me either. So now I'm like, oh, maybe this is actually a series I'm going to love and I should try again physically. Because when I was reading physically, I was having the best time.
Well, good luck to you. That's a series I've never read.
It's weird how there's like even just a formatting thing can be.
Oh yeah. I definitely feel like when I was originally reading When the Moon Hatched on audio, I was completely lost.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, not that the physical really helps in that department, but
I don't feel like I'm lost though. I feel like I
good.
understand what's happening.
Oh, good.
Hello, Beatrice. Welcome. Read 40 pages of The Unmothers. It's 8:20, so my eyes are getting tired. I might just lay down and listen to music until bed. That
I
sounds
get that.
lovely. Yeah. Sorry for your loss, Jen.
Yeah.
Now I have an hour and a half left until I finish You're Not Supposed to Die Tonight.
Nice.
The final action sequence just began, so I really want to get back to it. I love that when that happens and like
Yeah.
it's just going to be a race to the end.
I've been interested in that book, but I don't know. We'll see.
Is this the one that has the girl that's running on the front cover? It's kind of
The
cartoony.
summer campy one. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Mask of
Mhm.
Mirrors. It's
Yeah.
fantastic. Less than 40 minutes left on your mystery. Lots of people really close to finishing. Oop, my comments jumped. I fell asleep
That's okay.
when I'm supposed to be cleaning. The other day I did this. I was trying to tidy the house for a friend, and I ended up getting everything I needed to get done except for cleaning the floors. I was going to clean my kitchen floors, but we were making gnocchi anyway, and so I just made the decision that I wasn't going to clean my floors, and we got flour over everything anyway. So there are certain things you can skip.
Yeah.
I've had a 50-hour work week for the last 2 weeks.
Ooh, that's not fun.
No.
I mean, I don't know. I did not. So I'm gonna try it again. That's one of the only books I will try again because I was just skimming by the end of it, even though I really did like it when I read physically.
So it would be interesting if you think about your favorite book of the year. Did you listen to it? Did you read it immersively? What did you do with it?
I read it physically because the audio wasn't available yet.
Okay.
It was Quicksilver.
Okay. I do find that at least last year, I haven't looked at stats this year, but last year I did find that the books I read physically typically stuck with me longer.
Oh, really?
And so I think I ended up rating if I gave, to compare my 5 stars, the 5 stars I read physically versus the 5 stars I read on audio.
I'm thinking of books that are going to be on my top, and a lot of them do have audio, but I think even my top 3, 2 of them were physical reads.
Yeah. It's just I think it's an interesting stat to look at because I did find that last year. I think it was my top 3 I read physically.
Yeah.
Still enjoying the mystery / horror a lot more than fantasy.
I didn't know you were in a mystery horror era.
I love that though. I love the ebb and flow of reading taste whenever you realize that you're driving with something, but it's new.
See, that's how I felt because I only read mystery and horror and thriller and stuff, and now I'm nope, mystery. That's
watched some TBR videos, added a few rows to my blanket square, and I think I'll read on the next sprint. Yay, Sarah.
nice.
Yeah. We're happy to be here for you, Jen. More than fantasy. I didn't see that coming. Oh, I love this.
Don't leave it.
No, enjoy what you're enjoying. Reading Listen for the Lie, and I wish I did not have to have work to read it.
Yes. That's just boggling my mind because I think of fantasy for Beatrice and she's listening to Listen for the Lie, which I would not expect, which I'm so glad you're loving it.
It's fun when you can find something that completely surprises you and others.
Yeah.
Finishing 12 Nights in Rotter House on audio while I'm baking pies in my Christmas decorated kitchen. It feels odd.
Nice.
Why does it feel odd?
I don't know.
Oh, wait. 12 Nights in Rotter House is a haunted house story, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yes.
That's probably why it feels odd.
That would be weird. Oh, I could not bake a pie listening to a horror book. Sweeney Todd has ruined that for me.
I've not picked a fantasy book up in about 3 weeks.
Wow.
It's just fun because I never thought I would be having such a fun time in this genre. I love it. I love the fact that you're enjoying horror.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad I had the right book because I have heard of that book, Kelly. I
Oh,
for whatever reason, when I see 12 Nights, I'm thinking, Christmas story automatically. Uh, I didn't take time to process in my brain that that is a haunted house story. But I hope that you are enjoying it. I still love fantasy. I can't forget about The Stardust Thief. I need to get back to it. I think you're gonna like it. I think you're gonna like the ending.
yeah.
And when you get to it, like we will shortly have a sequel. So
I have that on my shelves. I need to get to that too. I have the Illumicrate version of it.
it was good.
Okay.
I was surprised by how much I enjoyed it in the end because
Yeah.
I don't know if it's shelved as YA, is
Okay.
it? But I don't think it reads as YA. It's very intriguing. I like the world with the djinn and how like the magic system works. It's very, very interesting. So you can see like the cat hair floating around me. And with that, we are ready for another sprint. Are you going to stay for this one or you got to go?
I'm gonna hop off on this one. I
Okay.
gotta do Oh, yes, I gotta get groceries and do other things, and then also I have to like get showered and things. So I'm seeing Wicked later today.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. I just
I
can't
hope
wait.
you love it.
Except for my sister. Okay, I'll be right there. I'll be right there. Okay, I will. Okay, thank you. But my okay. Very yummy, thank you. They're baking a cake for tomorrow. But what was I saying?
Wicked.
My sister, I told telling her buy the tickets, buy the tickets, buy the tickets, like way before the day. And then last night she's like, okay, we need to buy our tickets now. I'm like, you haven't bought the tickets yet? And she's like, no, it'll be fine. And then she's like, well, the only one that has availability where we're not dead at the front is at 9:15 at night. And I was like, this is a 3-hour movie. I'm gonna get back at 1 in the morning.
It's going to be an experience. It's going to be
It will
great.
be. And everyone was like, oh, I would fall asleep during that. I'm like, you think I'm going to fall asleep during Defying Gravity? I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening. Also, I don't fall asleep at movies when I watch them late at night.
I won't if I'm out and about, but if I'm at home, if it's something I've seen before, I think I would. If
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
something
yeah.
I've seen before, I probably wouldn't.
Yeah.
Well, is there anything you would like to tout on your channel that we need to look out for?
Well, I mean, my December TBR video came out today. So there's that. And then no, other than that, just live just the last week of last couple days of winter-a-thon. So get your bingos, friends. But yeah, that's it. But
Sweet.
I'll pop out now so that I get groceries and things. So I will see you all later.
Thanks
Bye,
for joining.
friends.
So let us see. Uh, I am going to go ahead and pop us into a sprint. And I'll see you guys in 45 minutes. I know that we had some comments come in, but we'll chat in the next little chatty bit. And welcome back. How was your sprint? What did you guys get done? I read to 42% in Rewitched. I'm hoping that I can get to maybe 60% by today, which won't be, I'll have to read some of it this evening, but um, this says I have to have it back by November 30th at 9 a.m. So if I can get 60% done today, then I do think I have enough time throughout the next couple of days to get to it. I might have to push some of my other buddy reads, depending. This one of the things I have to worry about with Rewitched is I'm reading it via ebook, and so I can't do other things. Like otherwise, while I was fixing my little dish that I'm bringing to Thanksgiving, I could listen to it then. But because it's an ebook, I can't really do it while I'm doing other things. And some of my buddy reads that I have are um, audiobooks, and so I will be able to do both. But anyway, I know that we stopped here. So this was about Stardust Thief. It might be YA, but yeah, it's definitely not like uber YA. I can't remember if it's shelved as YA or not. And it could very well be a Rainy book. And yeah, I hope Rainy has a good Thanksgiving and fun watching Wicked tonight. DNF the Stardust Thief, when I found out the author is a pantser, which you then define down here, which I didn't realize this. It's basically writing the story with minimal or no plot before starting it. I can't imagine not like having like a mapped out set of events that I was planning for if I was writing a book. It's very impressive to me that anyone can write a cohesive story this way. But if that's their jam, wake up during, or I'd wake up during Defying Gravity. The lead up, I might fall asleep during. I used to not fall asleep at the movies, but then they have recliner seats now. I totally get that. And they have like butt warmers and stuff now too. Because I remember I used to always be cold at the movie theater. So like even if it was warm outside, I would bring like a sweater or a jacket. And you don't have to do that anymore. And yes, Beatrice, I hope that you have an amazing time if you're not here. And if you are here, I hope you're having an amazing time. Everyone saying goodbye to Beatrice. Jamie popped in. Hello, Jamie. Just popped in during my lunch break listening to the audiobook of Masquerade while eating. What are you thinking of that? I did read that during the Goddess Complex, and I did think it was interesting. It wasn't my favorite retelling I've ever read, but I'm pretty sure it's a debut. Well, yeah, because it's in the debut category for Goodreads. I did think it was good for a debut. I think I wished. Well, I'm not going to say that because I don't want to. I'm not going to spoil anything, but I don't want to even put the idea in your mind. But I would be interested in hearing your thoughts. Hello, Jess. Good morning. It's laundry day today, so stripping the bed, having breakfast, and then trying to finish your NetGalley TBR. Yeah, how's NetGalley November going? Going to low-key do bucket list-a-thon for the entirety of December. Haven't had time to think about doing it this month. Hey, no worries. Yes, the official readathon goes on until the 15th, but there's lots of people that are doing it even after that just to get things done prior to the end of the year. So happy to have you. Hello, Brittany. Another 20 minutes of Twisted Games, and I've listened to 16% so far today. That's awesome. I hope you're enjoying it. I haven't ever read the series, but I've heard good things. Read nothing. No worries. So still have 80 pages left, going to bed soon, so I hope to finish Throne of Glass tomorrow. You'll totally finish it tomorrow. And yes, sleeping is important, so hope you have a good night's sleep. Got distracted at first, but read a couple of chapters in the manga Full Metal Alchemist. I want to read this so bad, but I have a feeling that once I read one of them, I'm going to want to read all of them. So I've been avoiding it, but I hope you're enjoying it. Got distracted by TikTok. Happens to us all. Going to start on my book now. I watched a new episode of my favorite basketball show, and then I got distracted watching some gel nails, it's hard to say, videos on YouTube. I recently started doing my own nails, and it's safe to say I have an obsession. I do think it's fun to watch. It's not something that I would ever be interested in doing, but I do think it's fun to watch. I honestly have been obsessed recently with cookie decorating content. I think it's so cool and so fun, and I don't think I would have the patience to do it myself. And really, which I know that this isn't the only reason you bake, but I don't really like the cookies that have the icing on top. Like, I would prefer to have, like, chocolate chip cookies or snickerdoodles or something like that. So, just a plain cookie with icing on top doesn't really intrigue me, but the intricate designs that they do are very fascinating. And I think the same thing with nail videos, like the fact that they have such a small surface to work with. I just think it's fascinating, like what people can do with it. And I myself, I don't do anything with my nails, mainly because I don't want to have to upkeep it. And my grandmother, I've never actually tried to do, like, fake nails or anything. My grandmother has a really severe allergy to anything that they do, something about the chemicals that they use. Although I'm sure that that's changed since she was young, but, I've always been a little scared because when she had hers first done, I wanna say it was the gel that they put on top of it. I mean, she had, like, this horrible allergic reaction that swole all of her fingers, if that's how you would say that, and it was very painful, so I'd rather not find out if I also have the same allergy. I'm a plantster, which is a cross between a plotter and a pantser. I've never heard of these terms. This is fascinating. I have a rough draft idea of a plot, but characters tend to take over and get to the end in their own way. Interesting, Jess. I don't know what I would be. I've never tried to write um, long form stories. Like, I've written short stories and stuff for school, but I've never tried to write a longer storyline. I do feel like I might be more what you are, because I don't think I would want to plot every single thing out, especially with the characters. But I don't know. How fun. I read about 45 pages of a cross-country Christmas. I'm liking it, but thought it was going to be more of a romance. It's reading more lit fic, which is fine. I'm glad that it's still good, but yeah, depressing that it's not what you wanted, or, like, not what you were expecting it to be. Loving NetGalley November. So happy to have been a co-host for it. It's made me less afraid to request things. Yeah, I am new to NetGalley, so I definitely understand the fear in requesting things. I don't know what to do with, actually. Maybe you would have an idea. I have requested one particular book. So I requested Wind and Truth, which is Stormlight 5, which comes out on December 6th. And they still haven't gotten back with me. And I don't know whether or not, is it a negative thing for me to withdraw my request? Or what happens, like, when the publication date happens and they haven't said yay or nay? I don't know if that would hurt my percentage. But I also don't want to withdraw my request because I don't want that to negatively impact. I don't know how any of that works. But I totally understand being afraid to request things. So I'm glad that's made you more confident with it. I'm gonna finish Led Luda before I do anything, because Led Luda is my last NetGalley arc that I have out right now. I'll review it, and then as soon as I'm done reviewing that, I plan on going in and requesting some arcs for 2025. But I'm gonna have to peruse. I try, since I'm new to it and I don't want to overwhelm myself. I try and um I've tried to not request more than 5 books at a time, because I don't want to get inundated with a whole bunch of books that I can't read prior to their publication date. And I know you don't have to read them prior to publication, but I like to if I can. Thought I would finish, but I got distracted by something. I don't remember what. I have 15 minutes left. Hey, we've got one more sprint, so you can definitely finish it if you're going to hang with us, Anne. I really don't know what I want to read tonight. Do you dream of Tara, or Tara 2, or How to Solve Your Own Murder? I've never heard of Do You Dream of Tara 2. How to Solve Your Own Murder was fun if you're feeling like a murder mystery. I don't think it's the best mystery that I've ever read, but it was a fun time. So if you're just looking for something that's I don't think you have to it's not super complex, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So because that's the only one I've heard of, that would be the one I'd go for, but probably just depends on your mood, Kat. Getting off work, need to make rice to go with the other meal prep and hoping to read part 3 of Mistborn tonight. Fingers crossed. Yes. Yeah, um, yeah, she had a really horrible she's allergic to everything though, so I don't know, but she's probably not a good person to judge it off of. I really like doing them, but then you are doing your own nails. It takes twice as long since you only have to do it one hand at a time. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it was something that she found out when she was younger, like, she was a teenager, and she just never had them done after that, and I've just been scared to do it, and it's been over 30 years, and so I just at this point, I'm like, "Eh, it's fine." I think that I do love to look at them though, like, all the different intricate designs that people get. It can take forever to get approved. I don't think it hurts your percentage to withdraw your request. Vanessa would be able to tell okay. Um, but even if you get approved after the fact, if it's archived, you can wait until it's at the library and still give feedback. That's a good point. So I might not withdraw. I might just leave it and, if they get back with me, they get back with me, and if they don't, oh well. I really wanted like, when I put in the ARC request, I requested it in I was probably June, and I think at the beginning of November, I was like, "I kinda don't want them to give it to me now because it gets published in the middle of December, it's a very long book." So, I'm kinda glad I didn't get an ARC, so I don't have any pressure to read it, like, super quickly, but I do want to read it. I would like to read it by the end of this year, but that's probably not gonna happen. Libby just offered you How to Solve Your Own Murder, like, 2 minutes ago. It was fun. One of those people who has reactions to everything, hard to navigate life that way. It is, because even that wasn't even a reaction I had, and it still freaked me out enough where I kind of just avoid it. I I am not allergic to anything that I know of. I've had an allergic reaction, but I don't know what it was to. Um, I went out to dinner and we didn't have anything that was, like, abnormal for me, but I got, like, these little round hives all over my chest and my arms that itched really bad, and they went away after I took some Benadryl, but I don't know what caused it. And even that, like, I have never been back to that restaurant because 'cause I'm like, I don't know if it's, like, an oil that they used in their food or if it was just, some type of seasoning, but, like, I don't know, I eat pretty widely as far as like a whole bunch of different spices and things like that. So it would be weird for me to be allergic to something like that. But yeah, it is hard to because I have fears and I'm not allergic to a whole bunch of things. So I imagine it would be scary if you know that you have reactions to things. I should probably do the responsible thing and finish my uni assignment first. Probably, Cat. That would be that would be wise. But maybe you could take some breaks. So like maybe start it on it, and if you run into like a roadblock, then you can tell yourself, okay, if I run into a roadblock, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna read for 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna get back to it. Give yourself a little bit of a brain break. The only thing I know hurts your score is if you say, I will not give feedback. That means you won't ever get back to 100%. Yes. Yeah, I've never done that, which I do think that that's an interesting choice for people, because I wonder why. I would like to know, like, when people have selected that, why they specifically chose that they're not going to give feedback, because you would think it would be easier to give even, like, just a one-line sentence if it was something you DNF'd, that you could say, like, "I DNF'd and I DNF'd for these reasons." But, yeah. Hello, Livia, welcome. It's good to see you. Once downloaded, you have 55 days to read and review the ARC. Really? Or it gets archived? I say I didn't know it had like a deadline on it. I thought you could just get to it whenever. Interesting. I'm allergic to a lot of things, and I'm allergic to oh, no, not fun. I'm allergic to Benadryl, uh, because that's the first thing the hospital wants to give you. I have to use an expensive prescription med instead. That does stink. 'Cause, yeah, Benadryl is definitely like, even, um, I know people that carry around Benadryl in their purse because they have allergic reactions to things, and so they'll take it on a whim. So, not having another thing that you can take that's not prescription, that's awful. It is an interesting choice. They may say that if people DNF, but it's still recommended to review so you keep your score up, right. And I think, like, because you can be honest in your review and say that, "I didn't read all of it. I DNF'd it at this point, but this is what my thoughts were." Um, yeah, I don't know why someone would choose specifically to not give feedback if it like, because it doesn't do any good or hurt the authors or the publishing companies of that particular book. It really just hurts your score. Allergic to the sun, so I have to take allergy meds every day and stay out of the sun as much as I can. Interesting. I knew that that was a thing, but I don't know. I didn't know that they had meds for it. I'm glad that you've found that the medication works though. But yeah, staying out of the sun as much as you can. I have to stay out of the sun because I burn really easy, but I'm not allergic to it. That would not be fun. I think it auto archives after the deadline and you can't access it, but you can send it to your Kindle. Okay. That's probably why I haven't ever run into the deadline, because I put everything on my Kindle. So I just have it permanently. Um, but yeah, I guess if because I don't wanna read it on my phone, so I'd rather push it onto my Kindle, but that makes sense that there would be a deadline where they would take it back. Reading The Nightmare Before Christmas. Wonderful. I have used NetGalley for it's probably not even been 6 months. I was really hesitant about getting my own account, and so it took me a little bit to create one. And, so I just recently started using it. I've only read 3 books so far, or I'm on my 3rd book, so far. So, I'm getting into it, but I'm trying not to overwhelm myself because I know a lot of people will have, like, 100 titles that they're waiting to read, and that would give me anxiety. So I'm trying to get into it slow. Allergic to the cold. Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. Use the NetGalley app, hence the deadline. I know some of the formatting issues happen with Kindle. Yes, that is true. I have noticed that. I know. It's not fun. Why can't we all just get along with, like, the nature and things that are around us? Well, friends, we are going to go into our last sprint, or at least my last sprint for today. I'm gonna do another 45 minutes. So I will see you guys in 45. Happy reading. friends. Welcome back from our final sprint together. Let me know how you guys did that sprint in the comments. I didn't get as much done as I thought I was going to. I got to 46% in Rewitched, and I am enjoying it. I do think that I don't know that it's going to be an all-time favorite or anything, but I'm having a good time. It's very cozy, and it did take a turn that I don't think I was expecting. One that I was, but one that was a little outside of the realm of possibility for me. But yeah, I'm glad that I've done sprints though, and I've gotten so much of it done. That last sprint for whatever reason just seemed to go by really quickly. So I didn't get as much read as I thought I was going to, but I think part of that was also that was Andy's eating sprint. So I had to feed him and I think I just got distracted, but yeah. So just so you guys are aware, I know a lot of you have joined me on Thursday sprints because I do typically sprint on Thursdays, but because here in the United States we have Thanksgiving tomorrow, I will not be available, and I'll post like something on my community tab just to remind you guys that I won't be here. But I do hope for those of you in the United States celebrating Thanksgiving tomorrow that you have a lovely Thanksgiving. And I'll be on the interwebs and things throughout the weekend. I do have a video coming out on Saturday that will be my end of year call out, I think, where I essentially call myself out for the books that I haven't read this year that I should. And I have an announcement also coming up on Sunday that I won't say anything about, but just be aware. I'll be around. Kat finished her uni assignment, or at least the part I already could do. Now off to read How to Solve Your Own Murder. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you have fun. Leandra's here. Hello, friend. I made it to the last sprint, and I was making progress on a secret book. I wonder what the secret book is for. I finished 450 from Paddington. Lovely. Love it when we can finish a book. I hope you enjoyed it, Anne. That was a chore sprint. Hopefully reading will happen this evening. Fingers crossed that you can enjoy some books this evening and some relaxation to Neil. Yay! Yes. Love it. And then fell back into the Stormlight Archive. Woo-hoo. I think the last time we talked, you were on Words of Radiance. So have you moved on to Oathbringer? Or are you reading one of the novellas? I'm so excited for Wind and Truth. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm hoping it's not devastating. Read 20 pages on page 43. Yeah, thanks for being here, Denise. I appreciate it. Made it back for the last chatty bit. I'm at 50% of the Raven King now. You'll have to let me know, Julie, since this is one of your favorites, if you think I would like the series or if you don't think it's a me thing. Because I know a ton of people love it. I've never read it. So I would be interested in hearing your thoughts. The nail video wormhole got me. Not gonna lie. Hopefully I'll manage to finish You're Not Supposed to Die Tonight before bed. Fingers crossed, Elena, but if not, you're having a good time. That's worth it too. I know, Sunday announcement. Yes, stay tuned, friends. Clearly I'm having problems with the return key. Oh no. No worries. I knew where you were going. Didn't get as much read that sprint either. I'm down to one more prompt, and I've decided to extend and start again for Bucket List-athon. That's amazing, Serenity. I was checking. I did forget to say that I am doing my Bucket List-athon updates on Thursday, so I'll have a video tomorrow. So if you guys just want to see my face, and I'm not going to be available on sprints, you guys can watch that update video. I am not doing as well as you are, Serenity, and Bucket List-athon, unfortunately. I think this week, if I remember correctly, I think I've only finished 2 more prompts. I'm working on a whole bunch of them, but it's taken me a minute. But I think it's great. Great idea to start again and just, continue to turn out your goals because it's the end of the year and, why not? Okay, still on Words of Radiance. Okay, good. Read some more of Shades of Grey. The first book in Jasper Ford's fantasy series. Book 2 is Red Side Story. That was on the Goodreads long list. Interesting. Okay, let me actually look real quick at Goodreads. It was on the Goodreads long list for fantasy. Oh, I guess I'm not gonna be able to see the long list right now, am I? Because I think just the short list shows up. I'll have to look at that author. I don't recognize that author's name. But I hope you're liking it. And I wonder, are you reading it for Goodreads, or are you just you wanted to get into the series? Taking it easy for the rest of the day. Yeah, absolutely. Take some time. Have some tea, relax a little bit, enjoy your day in remembrance of your kitty companion. The is it The Ire affair? Yeah, I don't recognize that name at all. I'll have to look it up. I have it starred, so I'll look it up as soon as we are done with sprints. Well, as I said before, friends, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it. Um, okay, Jane Eyre. So, The Eyre Affair. Shades of Grey came out in 2009, and I read it then. Okay, sounds like Eyre. That's another book then. We were just talking about this, I think, yesterday on Sprints. The Empire of the Damned is a book that was on the long list for Goodreads Choice Awards, in the fantasy category by Jay Kristoff, and it had Empire of the Vampire is the first book. And I was talking about how I really didn't like the title because the first word and the last word have the same ending, but they don't fit together prettily. And I think I have the same feeling about this, The Eyre Affair. Although I do think it sounds better than The Empire of the Vampire, personally. This readathon is so nicely developed that I don't feel like a ton of pressure, and it helps me get through them. Yeah, thanks, Serenity. That was kind of my goal. I definitely competitive readathons, while they're fun, I definitely get stressed out, and I just want to enjoy reading. And if I don't enjoy reading, I will read less. And so I figured I would try and create something that motivates you guys to complete goals, but also just allows you to relax and read and enjoy your time. So I'm glad it worked. Yeah, thanks for being here, Jen. Hope you have oh, I don't know. Are you celebrating Thanksgiving? I was gonna say I hope you have a lovely Thanksgiving too. But I can't remember if you are in Canada, which then you wouldn't be. But anyway, if you are having a holiday tomorrow, I hope you have a lovely one as well. Yeah, thanks for sprints. Thanks for being here, Yelena. It was fun as always. Hope you have a good rest of the day. Yes. We could jokingly call it Empire of the Vampire or Empire of the Vampire. I would prefer that specifically more. That's funny. Well, friends, I hope if you are having Thanksgiving tomorrow, if you are celebrating, I hope you have a lovely holiday and get to spend some time with friends and family. And if you aren't celebrating, I hope that you still get to spend some time with friends and family and just have a lovely day. When I came up with a name for my channel, I first thought of something like the Library Fairy, but that also has Empire of the Vampire problem. Yeah, I like the Fairy Librarian. I think it sounds cute. Very ethereal. Yeah, thanks for being here, Anne. I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks. Happy Thanksgiving. And with that, guys, we are done with sprints. I am going to go and hopefully go for a walk, but I will see you around the book of your bookosphere, bookiverse, whatever you want to call this, in another day. So have a good day, guys. Have a good night wherever you are in the world, and I'll see you next time. Bye.